Okay. Think I'm live for real? I am not. Hello. I don't know why the chat. Thanks. Thank you. I'm just trying to figure out. So, Stream Elements believes that I'm trying to play Oblivion, but I don't know how to fix that. Nope, wrong button. I'm just trying to figure something out real quick. Offline. Okay. Well, I guess I would not know. Hopefully it fixes itself next time. But we're gonna play a new game. So I've got braids. Some very what in the what? The thing is that when I downloaded Stream Elements, I realized I didn't like it, so I wanted to like turn it off. But I don't know how. Quick settings. Update? Okay. Man, I don't understand any of this. Is there even an option for this? I wouldn't know. But I have sponsorship opportunities, which I think they apply for everyone. I just want to see. hello, hello. But I think I'd have to like play certain games. I don't. Play any of these. So it's whatever. There's also Stream Elements is also supposed to do like a tipping thing, but I don't even see. I don't even see how to do it. Not that I really care, but I just wish that Stream Elements would stop saying that I'm streaming Oblivion. Whatever, I should be fine. Anyway, yes, I've got braids. Because I'm a farmer with a hat, and yeah, I kind of like wanted to keep. I wanted to keep to my I wanted to keep that dark elf look, not dark elf, blood elf, that blood elf look. I think I need to reset something. Whoopsies. Okay. Should be fine. Sorry that everything's freaking out. Okay. I don't know what to call it. Well, not like blue. I'm trying to think. Yeah, sure, why not? I'm gonna try to eat as quick as possible. gonna try to speed run this. That's my plan, is speed running. I'm almost finished with my I got home a little, like, I wouldn't say late, like, instead of being home by like 5:30, I got home at like 6:30, and so I was like in a rush to like make myself chicken nuggets. Yeah, I was supposed to clock out at 4:30, but the person who was supposed to come to relieve me didn't even come until like 5:10. And I wanted to go to the bank after work, but I couldn't because they closed at 5. I keep forgetting to turn on the light. When it gets dark enough, the natural light from the window will no longer shine on my face, and if my camera can't see me, then it won't record. Okay, speed running time. I also had a very, very frustrating day, so I might not be very, talkative. I think I need a new computer desk, because the cat here really likes laying on my keyboard and like right in front of me. But if I had a computer desk that had like one of those like drawer things that you can pull out that has your keyboard and mouse, I think that would be great, because then he won't lay on it and then I can play with no hindrance. I don't have a way of doing that. So I just have to, sometimes it's a nuisance. Sometimes he'll come up here and then he'll flop on it and it'll like blue screen my computer because he did an amalgamation of keys. I remember a time, so the main TV when I lived at my dad's, the TV was more like a monitor for a really small computer that my dad had set up, and so if we wanted to like, you know, watch stuff, we have to use like a small like Bluetooth like keyboard, and hold on. Has that always been there? What's with the white dots on my eyes? I'm gonna have to fix that sometime. And the dog like stepped on the keyboard and it made like instead of everything being horizontal like this, it made everything vertical, and it was the weirdest thing. It like flipped the whole entire screen at a 90. Yeah, it took a while for me to figure out how to fix it. Whoa, 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 what? Whoa. A fucking bird flew by the window and he... Good lordy. He's freaking out. Yeah, but he was like full on like he was just napping, and then I guess he probably saw it in his peripheral, and he just full on like started to like jump up for it, and I'm like, I can't handle him sometimes. I've been binge watching anime recently. Like, sometimes my productive night will end around 10, sometimes 9. And I will then just watch anime up until like midnight. Also, super annoying thing, but I was once given a like Crunchyroll 3-month subscription gift card that I had been holding on to for quite a while, until like maybe a month ago. I was like, you know what, I'm actually gonna use it, and turns out you can't use those 3-month gift cards or any kind of subscription gift cards if you're watching Crunchyroll on a Roku TV. Yeah. Because I tried logging in. At first I was like, maybe maybe they just don't like me trying to input it on a TV, and so I logged into my accounts on a computer and tried using it, and they're like, oh, that's Crunchyroll for Roku, and this subscription, lay down. This, oh, thanks. He paused it for me. They go, I think he said, like, your account is Crunchyroll for Roku, and therefore the, like, subscription card that I was given does not work for it. And so I'm thinking, like, so I guess it could work for Crunchyroll if I wanted to watch it on a computer, but I don't. I want to lay in bed and watch anime up until I go to sleep. Like, I'm not watching it on a computer. Alternatively, let me look up something. Let me log in. Because I think okay, so I pay for premium on Crunchyroll with my real money, and I can use that account on a computer and on a Roku, but the subscription card that I have cannot give me 3 free fucking months, which means I don't know who can use it. The best I could do is maybe, like, I can give it to the bar so that they can have like Crunchyroll exclusive anime for 3 months, because theirs is like web browser only. So luckily it's not bad. Every time I click out of the game, it just makes it go black. The Crunchyroll Premium is like $8 a month. which I could save like $24 in a, get down, leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone, here, chicken nugget. Ew, he liked it. Okay, here, you want this chicken nugget? Come here, right here, right here. I don't know if that's good for him. It's just fried bread and chicken. I'm gonna Google it. Okay, it looks like don't feed him chicken nuggets as like a part of a actual meal plan, but this one-time scenario is probably, it's not gonna hurt him. I just want him to leave me alone. And so I was like, here, have a chicken nugget and leave me alone. He really, like, if he sees me eat something, he's gotta know what it is. And he's like, sometimes he'll come up to try to like steal my ice cream from me. One time I was just eating like saltines and he came up trying to steal the saltine out of my hand. Like, he just wants to eat what I eat. And I get it. His food is boring. I like getting the kind of cat food that's considered tasty for cats. Like, it's supposed, like, there's some cat foods that are formulated to actually be tasty. He's also in front of my camera, so you can't record me now. But kind of like as a price for housing him instead of my dad, my dad will be the one to like pay for his food and his litter and his vet visits, all for the sake of making sure the howler is just not living with them. Stop it. And they're like, oh, we bought him food to reduce hairballs. And I'm like, I've never noticed hairballs. They're not an issue for me. Please buy the fucking senior cat food. Like, all I wanted was cat food that gives him extra vitamins because he's like over 10 years old. But no, hairballs, a fucking non-issue. Sorry, I'm a little mad. They think he gets hairballs because he's long-haired, but he doesn't. But I'm at the mercy of whatever they decide to frickin' buy. I have to like actually be there to buy it. Or like I have to actually be there to be like, let's pick this out. Because if I'm not, then they just buy whatever the fuck they want. Well, it is what it is. Also, I put in a maintenance request for them to come to the apartment, and I'm like, hey, my AC doesn't work. You know that's considered an emergency, right? They're like, okay, we'll put it in as an emergency. And they have not come by at all, and so I called again. And I was like, hey, you know that this is considered an emergency because no one's come by at all. And they're like, okay, we'll get someone out there within the hour. And I'm like, great. That was 2 hours ago. I wonder if I can legally withhold rent until they fucking fix it. But I don't know if I'm allowed to do that. Oh, the bird came back. Yeah. I know it's in my lease, but unfortunately the whole apartment like website, like the portal, is down until July, so I can't go to double check on my lease. Because technically, if they're not, first of all, it's an Arizona law that landlords have to keep the ACs maintenance. So that goes for landlords renting houses and apartment landlords. I just don't know if I'm allowed to legally like withhold rent. Because of it. That's why like an AC not working is considered an emergency. And they were the ones that said it first. When I'm like, hey, I've got a maintenance request to put in. My AC is not turning on whatsoever. But they're like, oh, that sounds like an emergency maintenance. And I'm like, you damn right it is. But no one's come by. Like, so much for an emergency. Oh, it really pissed me off when I left my apartment this morning at 9:45 in the morning, and I saw two maintenance guys in their golf carts, and I overheard them say, all right, which apartment next? And the other guy said like an apartment that was like it was like 2 something something, and they went off their way, and I was like, oh, they're not coming to my place today. I don't even know when they plan to, but it's getting ridiculous. So I'm gonna stop by tomorrow morning and talk to the actual apartment manager. And I'm gonna say, hey, you guys are stressing over receiving my rent when it's been like a fucking sauna up in this bitch. Sweating my ass off. Very fucking annoying. Enough. To the beach. Defo. Notice. The group chat is also firing off today. Well, I can certainly try. Well, I know I'm gonna talk to the apartment manager, so I'm like, we'll see what happens. Thanks. Another topic. Hold up. Just take a share. Oh, meow. Oh. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. What do you want? What? You still have half a nugget. Come here. Half a whole nugget. Come here. I can't. I can't! It's just like, it's like, you know when it gets so hot, you get angry. Or like when it's so hot and everything annoys you, everything pisses you off, because you're just fucking overheating. Come here. Come here. Yeah, yeah. Lay down. I'm just trying to say hello to everybody I can. I also need to find all the collectibles. Harvestables. Okay. Making that wee bit of money. Oh, it's raining. I bet I could go fishing.
Yep.
I'm going to BRB. Short for bathroom break. Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry that took an awful long time. Alright. I'm situated. I've got a little handheld fan I'm trying to position. Okay. Whatever. Ah, yes, fish indeed. I really need to start keeping a journal, like all the fishes and seasons, time, and weather for all the fishes. That's probably something I can work on tomorrow. Mañana. I have looked. Fish. 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 I've got the sardine. Oh. Okay. There's nothing else in spring. Rivers? River? That's see, because it's raining. I think this is considered a river. It's raining and it's spring, so I should find a shad here. I don't think the town river actually works. I'm gonna try the forest river. I'll see if that yields any results. I'm gonna sneeze. Whew. Thank you, thank you. guys. Exactly what I wanted. Damn it. I think I accidentally sold the oyster. Okay. There's plenty of opportunities to get more. It's just mildly annoying. Alright, I can't leave until I find an eel. Found in the ocean between 4 and 2, spring or fall, only when raining. Holy shit. I'm so lucky. Okay. Okay, I need to figure out. Okay, found in rivers all season. Okay. So now I need to find a bream. Bream found in rivers between 6 and 2 all seasons. I guess, because you can get a catfish also in the river spring only when raining. So I'm looking for a green and a catfish. Holy moly. I guess I can't. Oh well, I'll just wait till it rains again. Oh. Man, fishing brings a lot of money. gonna try him. I'm gonna check for yeah. I'm gonna check for onions super quick. go fix the bridge at the beach. Oh, hold on. I don't know how, but the maintenance person is here.
I apologize. I was at my daughter's graduation stuff.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, so it's kind of been like that for a while now, but it won't, I just haven't had actual AC, and it's been hot in here at night. It's cool.
No, all my stuff's in the shop. Sometimes all these furnace have to be set, and then they come on for a week. I'll bring you up for it.
Well, I was like, I got 4 fans, and so.
Yeah, I'll bring you up for it. It doesn't come on. I see a bedroom window and an outlet, so I can't put it in the side glass window, just because the gap is so much.
Yeah, I think we could probably do this bedroom window.
Yeah, cause that window slides from right to left, so I'll just plug in right there, and then I'll just put a portable right there.
Okay.
Let's see if this kicks off. Yeah, that breaker was literally off. It wasn't tripped, it was off.
I did one time put in a request that I could put it through because I had no keys. But I would turn on the heat and just go cold air, and I was having it cold. And then, sorry.
Hi, kitty cat.
Actually airborne? Well, that's a step above.
Yeah, I don't know why the breaker was off.
I don't know. I can only assume maybe back in February, because I said that I had
later on tonight. I don't know what time you go to bed. It's 8:30. I'm old. I go to bed at 10. So, okay. Yeah, I mean, by that time you should be able to turn it down a little bit. It's like I said, you're just gonna you're gonna pull heat out of the boxes. You gotta pull heat out of the hose. Yeah, it wasn't tripped. It was in the off position. So somebody turned it off. Yeah, I'm a maintenance supervisor. I've been way short staffed. I didn't even see a work order for this one. You know who you talk to? Yeah. Nyla? Okay. Yeah, I was at, I think I said I was at the graduation practice and dinner stuff with my daughter, and like it's already rough. If you have any more problems, we're here either, well, I won't be once I'm fully staffed because I'm always on call, but somebody is always on call. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, holidays. It's just the office number, and then if somebody doesn't pick up, you just follow the prompts, and then it'll give you a list of the emergencies or what we consider emergencies. It's like no hot water, no water at all. You're in a 1-bedroom, 1-bath, so if your toilet clogs up on you, stuff like that, or a leak that you can't control. With that being said, if your kitchen sink leaks when you turn it on, don't turn your kitchen sink on. You know what I mean? It's controllable. But if it's a pipe underneath the sink and you can't control it, you know what I mean? Then that's an emergency. Yeah, oh, it is. No air conditioning, no heating, stuff like that. But no, I get people all the time, my kitchen sink's leaking, it's an emergency. No, it's not, turn it off. We'll be there in the morning. I'm not gonna come out at 2 o'clock in the morning to work on your kitchen faucet, but you can turn it off, so. No, kind of want to hang out just a minute, see
Yeah.
if it'll drop from 90 to 89.
Oh yeah.
If it drops to 89, then I know it's 100% definitely cooling, because then it needs to be cooled down 2 degrees since I jumped in, because it was 90 or 91 when I got here.
Oh yeah, it gets.
But yeah, it doesn't matter if it's Christmas Day, we've got something to do. Just as soon as I'm fully staffed, I'm always on call, because my guys randomly call me in the middle of the night, like I rarely do, it seems like sometimes. So I will take in call, but I'm always their backup if they need to ask a question, so he always has somebody available. Oh, yeah.
How old? 10, 11.
My wife, I got her a cat really rescue one, 8 years ago, and she's a pain in my butt, and if I would have known cats lived way longer than freaking dogs, I would have been cats.
They can.
I'm like,
They can live. Sorry.
you know,
They can live. They can live up to 20.
yeah,
And that's the thing.
yeah, she's 8, almost 9 now, and I'm like, you're a pain in my rear end.
I know. I've got him for another 10 years.
And dogs are much cooler, but, you know, because you actually call the name and they come to you. Or my wife's cat, you call her by her name and she just looks at you. Like, what do you want? Like, you're bothering her, you know?
I will say, it is, his cats have such like personalities,
Yeah.
and he comes when he's called, not really by his name, usually by like shapes of treats and
Yeah.
stuff.
So we're cool. No, my wife's cat, rescued her. I was working in an apartment complex, and someone was kind of like kicked their non-sleep cat out of his apartment, and then when they got evicted, got pregnant by a feral cat, and it had kittens. One of my maintenance techs was feeding the cats in the neighborhood, and then one of the residents was like, why the heck is your maintenance guy feeding the cats? So my office manager said, Dave, you gotta stop. So, mom can't hunt. Yeah, and so her mom couldn't hunt because she was an inside cat, so I was like, Dave, let's find homes for together, I'll help you find homes for one of those. 4 in the litter, we found homes for 3 of them, we couldn't find a home for the 4th one, and my wife's all, we'll take it. So, yeah, and then I was like, okay, if that's the case, you can have, later on we're gonna get a dog. And the dog and the cat get along.
Can you fucking believe it? Can you fucking believe it that when I'm so mad. I'm so mad. Where's my angry face? This is not as angry. Back in February, I had no heater, and it was cold. It was still cold. And when I asked for maintenance, they came by, and I still had no heater, but I had an electric blanket, so I was like, I'm not gonna fucking stress. Those motherfuckers turned off my breaker. They turned off they flipped the AC switch off, and because the breaker is not labeled, I didn't know. And if the breaker, because I remember looking at it a couple weeks ago, and if I had known that the switch was literally flicked off, I would have just flipped that bitch back on. And he spilled my soda. Damn it. Cat. Congrats, your sleeping mat from my... You need a towel. I wouldn't know, but he looked at my breaker and he's like, oh, I see your problem. It's off. And I'm like, oh my god. And so he flipped it on, and he told me that because my apartment is in the 90s right now, that if I tried to force it down to 73, it'll freeze up my AC. So he told me to wait for it to go down to 80 and let it sit at 80 for like an hour, and then I can pop it down again. But I can't believe it. Yeah, I heard the faintest knock at the door behind my headphones, and I was like, that's not in the game. And so he's got root beer on his tail. And so I answer. First of all, I answered it, and I didn't have pants on, and so I kind of answered with my head through the door a little bit, and I was like, oh, hello. He goes, yeah, something wrong with your AC? And I'm like, oh, yes, well, will you give me a minute? He goes, yeah. And so I run to put on pants, and I was like, yeah, it's like, it's really hot in here. He goes, sorry, they called me, but I was at my daughter's graduation, and I was like, hey, you're here, that's all that matters to me, because if this can get solved tonight, then I will cry. And so then he comes in, he goes, sometimes there's like a little like reset button where you like stick a very skinny poking thing to press the reset button. He goes, sometimes all they need is a good reset. And I didn't want to tell him that I've already tried that, but then it didn't work. The apartment was at 91, and then he went to go look at he goes, I'm just gonna go check your breaker switches. And he looked and he goes, oh, I see your problem, it's off. And I was like, I never touched it. Like, they do not have labels. I did not want to touch anything. And turns out, of all the switches I have, that was the only one that was off. He goes, it's one thing if it would like accidentally trip, but this was like off. And I'm like, oh my god. I was like, I don't know if this correlates, but back in February I put in a request. I didn't have a heater, and I still didn't have a heater, but the door to my breaker was wide open. But I didn't touch anything because nothing was labeled. And then we talked about cats for a while, because it was 91, and he goes, I'm gonna stand here until it hits 89 so that we know that it's definitely going down, and then I'll leave. And I'm like, okay. And so he's talking about cats. He goes, man, if I had known that cats live up to 20 years, I would have never gotten one. He goes, then motherfuckers outlive dogs. And I was like, sir, like, I have a cat right here. And then he's like, oh yeah, and then we rescued like this 3-year-old dog, and he gets along with his 8-year-old cat. And he goes, that's the craziest shit to me, that they get along, because dogs and cats are supposed to be mortal enemies. And I'm like, sir, I didn't say anything. I was like, oh, ha, wow, this, whoa, ha, 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 so, ha, 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 ha. I'm like, it's all about the temperament, Anyway, and then it went down to 89, and then he left, and now I'm back, and I can't believe that if I had known that all it was just a flick of a fucking switch, I would have done it a month ago. But they're not labeled, so I didn't know. So I'm gonna let it. And I was like, I put in a request. I was like, oh, you know, the portal to pay the rent went down early May. And that same portal is used for maintenance requests. So I was like, yeah, you know, I've been so busy, and every time I'm out of work, I haven't been able to call because the office is closed, but then I forget to call in the morning because I'm rushing to work. So usually I wake up, and then like 30 minutes later, I'm parking at work because all I do is rush in the morning. I was like, I just haven't been able to really get in contact with anyone until I finally talked to them on Thursday. He goes, how long have you been without your AC? And I was like, oh, how long has it been? I don't know. I was like, I told him late April, early May, because I don't remember. I was like, it was not really hot enough for me to worry about it until it started becoming an actual problem. And I was like, I've really only started like having a really big issue like maybe 4 weeks, no, actually a long time. I've been complaining about my AC for a long time, but I finally talked with, I was like, oh, I tried talking to the office on Thursday, and they said it was an emergency, but no one came out until I talked with them today, and you're here now. And he goes, yeah, sorry I wasn't here earlier, it's just I was busy. And I was like, you flipped a switch. You want a beer? I didn't offer him a beer because I only have one bottle left, and that's mine. What a good opportunity to crack it open. I'll be back. today I just learned I do not have a bottle opener. I take tips and suggestions on alternative ways to open a fucking bottle. Hey Google, what are I might hold on. I'm not really strong, so un momento. I'm gonna go find me those. I do have those pilers. Hold on. Okay, hold on. No, you. Okay, okay. I have a long, skinny one, and I have like a shorter one. I'm gonna try the shorter one. Am I stupid? Wait. I'm gonna try the longer one. How do I not own my own fucking bottle? Google. How to open bottle with how to open a beer with long nose pliers. Okay. Okay, that's what I have. I have a long nose. Okay. Guys, way looks awful. Okay, but it makes sense. Okay. Basically, I just have to bend a little bit enough till I get a good grip and then pull it off all the way. Okay. Why do I gonna have to work so hard to open this fucking bottle? Should I just give up? I don't understand. Okay, there has to be a different way. Literally everything is a bottle opener if you are clever. Sure beats using your teeth. I heard once that by 25 you should always know a way to open a beer, and by 30 you should just be prepared enough to have a bottle opener on hand. I used to have one, but I actually don't remember where it went. It was a unicorn. It was a unicorn head, but it worked as a bottle opener. I don't know if I'm strong enough, and I really don't want to break anything. Oh, I think I know a good way. I just read online, someone says, just usually something with a flat edge. Oh no! I'm gonna break. It's a good thing I have multiple. Nope, this is way too flimsy. A razor. What do I have? Well, this stream is not quite what I expected it to be. People keep saying lighter. Here. Oh god, this Reddit. I love Reddit. Because someone goes, you know, you could use the side of a table, but you could accidentally break the glass. If you ever break the glass, toss that beer. Do not try to drink it. You do not want to swallow a small shard of glass. And someone replied with, that's why you chew at least 20 times. And then someone goes, you chew beer? You don't? How else are you gonna eat beer slushies? These people are crazy. Good night. Can openers usually have an opener if you have one? Ugh, it's true. Well, I guess I'll go look at my can opener. Like I'm stupid. I feel like I'm a big dummy. Like this. Oh god, that's almost. I got it. I got it. No, I don't. Fuck. I almost did. I spilled a tiny bit on myself, but the cap is still on. Yeah. Because I read that a can opener usually have bottle opener in it, so I did make a little bit of a seal. I just don't really quite, it doesn't like look very bottle opener-y, so I don't quite, I can't quite tell. Stop meowing at me! He goes, my wife asked for a cat, and if I had known that they lived for such a long time, I would have said no. And I'm like, bruh, sometimes cats outlive us. Stop meowing at me! Hey, I know. Come here. This Reddit says, I break the bottle on the floor and use a napkin to soak it up, and then I drink the beer from the napkin. Okay, hey, lay down, babe. Lay down. Trying to, well, I pressed the button. At the bottom? Yeah. I know, lay down. Lay down. Which is, when it comes to Reddit, these people are ridiculous. I know! Leave me alone! Sure, you can? Oh, that's a fighting move. Hey! I use my eyelid? Stop. Someone goes, you really need to use the eyelid? That's pathetic. I use my actual eye. These people, they're like, how do I take this situation and make it funny? Ah! I got it off! I got the cap off! I don't know where it went. But I won. Cheers! Cheers! Clinkies! Smash it. We're completely sticky filter. Gonna be like, this post has so many funny replies, LMAO. The days of sweating in my fucking seat over. When I went back out there to find my bottle opener, not bottle opener, my can opener, it was already at 86, which is usually what it's at, in the morning. Okay, I'm gonna keep this open. I know this stream has mostly just been a little bit of me clearing out the farm, and then maintenance came by, and then me struggling to open a bottle. But once I finally understood how to actually use the can opener, it started to make sense of like how to actually do it. Okay, well I'm gonna play for until the top of the hour, and then it's my animu time. Man, the person that said a can opener? So, haha, funny thing. I finished about 1, 2, 3-ish, and I'm about to finish number 4. So, there's a couple of animes I'm keeping an eye out for. I don't get a whole lot of anime news, so the reason why I'm telling you mostly what I'm trying to keep up with instead of what I'm watching right now is if you hear anything. So ReZero, Starting Life in Another World. Phenomenal, beautiful, I love it. I think it's beautiful. A lot of people say it's mid. People are allowed to have their own opinions. I think the first season was amazing. Everything else thereafter is really good. I'm excited for season 4. There's a lot of death with ReZero. A lot of death. The reason why I think it's so beautiful is because, like, why I say, oh, there's a book. The reason why I say that ReZero is beautiful is because, with all the death that happens, the way that the character kind of like slowly loses his mind and how he deals with the grief, I think is just done very, very well. And overall it's really fun. I like high fantasy, so but the premise is that this kid, when I say kid, he's like 17, which is, Japan really likes making enemies 17-year-olds because they're considered adults. But he's 17, he gets transported to this other realm. Someone said that they break the bottle on the floor, use napkins to soak up the beer, and then drink it. Like, quite literally, on Reddit, if someone has a genuine question, like, hey, I need help with something, and everyone's like, how do I make this funny? And they are funny. But he has this, like, power. You'll see in the first episode, so it's not like I'm spoiling anything, but he has this, power where if he dies, he restarts at a certain point, and he calls it save points because, you know, he's from Japan, so he's like, oh, video game. So when he dies, he restarts at a point, except he feels everything. It's not like he can't feel it, so when he dies like, and so he goes through like this honestly fucked up journey of just trying to survive. And I think it's great. I love the first season. The second season is good. The third season got a little weird. Really funny though. Got a little frustrating. Usually when characters find themselves in precarious situations that might actually be a little difficult to get out of, I get frustrated in real life. Like I'm there and I'm like, this is angry. Because I don't want to spoil it if it's something you want to watch, but in the third season, something fucked up happens, and I go, oh, he just needs to die, and then he can restart and figure out how to make sure that fucked up thing doesn't happen. But it's written in stone. It stayed. That fucked up thing doesn't get to be rewritten because he doesn't fucking die again. And I'm like, great. Everyone is in a really bad position and he can't reset it. Because I was like, I'm waiting for him to die and restart it. But nope, he doesn't. He fucking lives. And I was like, damn it. Damn it. I mean, they still win in the end. Like, everyone survives. But there's like a couple of like, obviously the third season ends with a cliffhanger. I hate it. I want more. The first season came out in in the second season, because I don't want to spoil much, he comes to an epiphany where he's like, maybe I shouldn't use dying to my advantage. Because he is shown, he was shown all of the timelines of what happened when he dies. And in the first season, there comes a point where he does it to himself, and it showed the consequences of everyone being like, yo, what the heck? What the fuck? Why did he do that to himself? And then he goes, oh, even though dying could be an advantage to restart to get the best solution, maybe there's value to my life. And so he stops seeing death as like a restart. And he's like, I gotta survive. Like, bitch! Now everyone's worse off because you refuse to fucking seppuku yourself. Which is okay. It's a really great anime. The first season came out in 2016, and then the second season came out in 2020, and the third season came out in 2024. But everyone's like, oh no, the fourth one's going to come out in 2028 because they've been 4 years. But they announced season 4 at either the same time as season 3 or in the middle of season 3. So everyone's hoping that season 4 actually comes out much sooner, like sometime next year. You guys see this kite? I'm gonna call, let's see, it's a black cat. I'm gonna call him Salem. Yeah, so ReZero is one of my favorites. And I'm just waiting for season 4. Another one that is still going, so they are still releasing episodes, is called Apothecary Diaries. That one's really good. I have not reached farming level 1. Apothecary Diaries is really good. Though that one, I'm watching like one episode every week because I've already restarted it and caught up to it, and so it's just not like finished yet. So in the meantime, while I'm waiting for Apothecary Diaries to release a new episode every week, I'm watching Overlord. They recently had season 4 come out, and so I'm like 3 episodes into it right now. Though when I'm done with Overlord, I'm not entirely sure what I want to do next. I've already watched Saga of Tanya the Evil, but I haven't watched the movie. But the movie's an hour and a half. I don't think I have enough time to really sit down to watch it fully. In fact, Saga of Tanya the Evil has 2 movies. I'm not entirely sure how interested I am in watching the movie. Let's see. So, Saga of Tanya the Evil is definitely, like, it's done. I think, okay, so there's 2 movies. One is more like, I don't know how to explain it. Have you seen the Inuyasha movies? There's 4 of them. Or 5, I can't remember. I just know that there's a bit. And you know how in the Inuyasha movies, it takes place in the story, but like the timeline of some of the events is a little weird, where it's like, oh, they mentioned this. It should be in season 5. But this has not happened yet, so this actually should be season 3. The timeline is a little weird. Like, that is, so Saga of Tanya the Evil has 2 movies. One, it's kind of confusing on where in the timeline it is. However, the second movie is most definitely probably just like, should just be considered a big long episode, like an hour and a half episode of what happened after, that quite literally concludes. Because Saga of Tanya the Evil like finished on a little bit of a cliffhanger, and the movie just kind of continued from that last episode and reached a conclusion. Not to spoil it a whole lot, but there is a kind of a big antagonist, and he does like perish at the end, and his daughter like joins the army to fight, and that kind of ends on a cliffhanger because it's like she's shown to be really strong, and then the movie is just the fight between the main character and then that daughter, and it's resolved, and that's the end. What a weird concept, that anime. But it's like 50 episodes, I think. And then the movie. Let's see. Hold on. Why didn't it? Community center. No, I'm late. I wanted to trigger the cutscene to unlock the community center, but I had to enter the town between 8 and 1, and it's I guess I'll have to come back the next day. Let's see what else. There's an anime called Konosuba that I despise, but I'm gonna force myself to watch it anyway. Because there's a spin-off. There's a spin-off anime called it's so bad. It's so bad. Konosuba is when people think of all the negative things about anime, it's like, oh, you watch anime? Like, you know, the animes with like the big chested girls who, and how this one male character is surrounded by so many women that it basically like everything that gives anime a bad name, it has. Some call it fan service. Oh, fuck yeah, you're out of your hole. Okay, just 4 more people. I have not met... What? I did say hi to him. That fucker. Okay. It's locked. I really came around to say hi to him. that's like the more or less what's wrong with it. But the reason why I'm going to force myself to watch it is because there is a spin-off anime called the Isekai Quartet. And what it is that it's a small little chibi anime that takes the main crew of 4 isekai animes and basically isekais them again in this cute, bright, chibi world high school. And it takes the crew of Saga of Tanya the Evil, Overlord, ReZero, and Konosuba. And basically you have the personalities of all the different animes basically trying to attend class in a Japanese high school. Yeah. Now the funny thing about Saga of Tanya the Evil is that there was this Japanese salaryman who is all about climbing that corporate ladder to have a cushy job. And he gets killed, and he kind of is more or less reborn as a little baby girl in a completely different world and time period. But still retaining the adult memories, and so you have this little girl with basically the personality of a psychopathic man. It's very interesting to say the least. And then to have them be all chibi because yeah, more or less, but with magic. That era with magic and made up countries. I mean, it's interesting. Probably something I'll watch every 4 years. I wouldn't say it's oh my god, it's my favorite. But it is one of the ones I just finished recently. And now I'm watching Overlord. That one's fun. Kind of a little over the top. But Konosuba's Now you get what I'm saying? With the fan service? It's just fan service the anime. But I hear that it's good, like Konosuba is actually good, so I wonder if I can just like, maybe it gets better once it gets its silly fan service trope out of the way, maybe it actually improves. Not to say, oh, I like serious anime, but gee. Like the main character has a special talent for being able to like steal underwear with magic. Yeah, so Konosuba is about this kid who gets, kind of hit by a truck, and he awakens to a deity telling him that he'll be reborn in another world, or not really reborn, he'll be sent to another world in hopes that he can be the hero that'll defeat like the demon king or whatever, and if he can request one thing to take with him to this other world, and he's like, I request you, Miss Deity, and she goes, what? And her name is Aqua. She can do like water magic, but the most she can do is like water tricks. She can't really do a whole lot, so she's called like a useless goddess because of how she can't do much. And he discovers that he has like this magic skill to steal underwear off of people from where he stands, and then he meets with like this kind of like knight-like woman, but she doesn't believe in fighting, but she believes in being a shield, but turns out that's kind of like her kink. She's a masochist, so she actually likes being hit like that. And so then the fan service starts with her being weird. From getting hit. And then he meets this other magic caster who can cast one giant fireball spell, and then that's it, she's done. Like, she's exhausted all of her mana, and he goes, okay, well, what other spells do you know instead of that one fireball spell? And she goes, none. That's it. So she's like, she can cast only one spell, and it's the one that basically renders her immobile once she casts it. And you get many, many shots up Aqua's skirt. How annoying. But I just... And there's, like, story-wise, maybe I turned it off too early, but I did not see a story whatsoever. Where is this doctor? He's like the last person I need. Oh god, I never know where he is. So yeah, there was like no story. I was like, he's supposed to be sent to this world to be the next hero to try to defeat the Demon King, and he hasn't done shit. he's at the museum. Yeah, so that's mainly my big issue with Konosuba. It's just that it's all fan service and no story. Unless, because people are like, oh my god, Konosuba's so good. So unless it actually starts getting better in the first season, it's just fan service to get it out of the way, then give someone a gift. That's my 2 cents. So I'm gonna try to like rewatch it. But I'm gonna finish season 4 of Overlord first before I actually do that. There was this one anime in the past, oh my goodness, so funny. And I don't mean funny like it was a comedy anime. I just mean like it looked like fan fiction was animated. And there were just some parts I couldn't help but find ridiculous. It was so fucking funny. I don't remember what it was called. I just know it had to do with like this girl. It's another isekai. It had to do with this girl being transported to the Warring States era. Inuyasha was also the Warring States. So this was the Warring States era, but all the clans that were fighting each other were vampires and werewolves. And every single male that existed just had a thing for her. It was so unexplained. Like, for what? And then the anime just ends. Like, I could tell that they ended to be like built up for a second season, but like, they didn't need to. She eventually did tell, like, the main dude character, the one we're supposed to be rooting for, but I didn't like him because he was blonde. She did eventually tell him, she's like, oh, well, just to let you know, I'm, like, not from this world. And he goes, okay. Do you want to go back home? She goes, yeah. He goes, what's waiting for you back there? She goes, well, nothing, but, you know, I'm not supposed to be here. He goes, well, you could be with me, though. She goes, I'll think about it. And then the anime ends. But I couldn't help but watch. I usually give animes like 3 episodes before I decide if it's worth continuing or if it's worth ending. But I still watched it. I was like, I have to know what's next. Not because I was so into the story, but I was like, I have to see what they're doing. I can only imagine it was not popular enough. I'd never hear anyone talk about it. It was literally a fan fiction that was animated. Because what? Oh. Well, hello. A party of 3 peoples. Are they gonna stay? Are they staying? Well, hello. Stream has been well, and I say that because I usually only have about 1 or 2 people when I stream, so having more than 2 viewers is a little surprising. So hello everybody. Thanks. Oh, how exciting. I stream Tuesdays and Thursdays, except for this Thursday. This actually is the first raid, but I mean, I ain't complaining. Oh, this Thursday I will not be streaming. I have been conscripted to go to Martini night whether I accept or not. I don't know if those will actually work. Oh, how fun! Yeah, so the next time I'll stream is probably going to be next Tuesday. Now, my brain does lag a lot, so there will be a lot of times when I'm talking and I'll just like kind of stop talking, and it's because my brain kind of shuts off a lot. I made my model by myself. Where's my happy? Thank you. I think my first model was more of a, oh, thank you. Actually, I mean, I don't know if it's considered like cheating, but there's a free application on Steam called VTUBER Studio. Oh, thank you. There's a free application on Steam called VTUBER Studio, and it kind of gives you like a blank model, and you can it's like playing dress up with The Sims. And that's how I made I just played around with a lot of settings. Actually, I didn't originally plan to kind of like look like this. I was supposed to be kind of more like blonde and blue eyes, because my vision for the Sentinel Knight was supposed to be kind of like a paladin character. Because I know a lot of VTubers have a lot of personas, and honestly, even though my online persona is Sen, the Sentinel Knight, I'm still more or less like brain dead. And so to make sure that I kind of understood how VRoid Studio worked, I kind of made my first model was more, she had armor on, but I modeled her after a blood elf from World of Warcraft, wearing the Dark Ranger skin that you get when you complete the quest, being a Sylvanas sympathizer. And so I was like, you know what, I'll do that with the basically undead pale skin, red eyes, super long elf ears, and I try to make my eyebrows as long as possible, but it was a little more difficult. And then turns out I actually liked how I looked, and so then I think there are still some streams on my page that still show my old model. But now that I'm playing Stardew, I kind of changed, so she's like still the undead blood elf, but a farmer. That's my story. Not that anyone asked. Yeah, the lore of Sen, the Sentinel Knight, is she's supposed to be a good guy paladin, but then I decided to make her my evil paladin from World of Warcraft, and I decided, actually, that's kind of sick. Reach level 5. I gotta drop shit off first. Also, I swear, I hope that's okay. I chose the standard farm on accident. It was an accident. I was quite literally, like, my brain had the elevator music playing when I was making how my character looked, and not only did I accidentally choose the standard farm instead of the 4 corners like I usually like, but her hair is also in a ponytail instead of the double braids like I put on myself, and I don't know how to change how I look. I know I can't change the farm, but I kind of want to change my hairstyle. But I haven't really played enough Stardew to like do that. But it's okay. I make really good farm layouts regardless of what kind of farm it is. You're telling me I have to be friends with people? Stop. You're asking for the impossible. I should have dropped my axe off. Shit. Who's the luck? Oh, like who I'm gonna romance? Because that's to be determined. I did say at the very, very beginning of my stream that I wanted this to be a speed run. But I think out of all the speedrunning techniques there are, I am nowhere near good enough, like, speedrunning wise. I just want to get all 5 parts from the Ghost Grandpa before year 3 happens. Which I really don't think is possible. I'm just mostly trying to go as quick as I can. Not too quick, I want to have fun. Not the 1 year challenge, just like 2 year challenge, I guess. I'm just more or less, I'm not really going about this leisurely. So I feel like if I did not want to do this leisurely, I should be much more advanced than I already am. But I don't have enough smarts. Well, luckily, the traveling cart merchant sold me one, so I've got that. But I'm not trying to do everything in 1 year, I'm trying to more or less do everything in 2 years. Basically, before Grandpa's ghost comes to tell me that I actually suck at my job, I want him to look at me and be like, oh, it's actually great. I'm like, thanks. I worked hard. It's okay. Ding. Alright. Fuck yeah. What a crab. I've only gotten a crab from these things, like, twice. No. Honestly, I really don't think that my eye movements need to be tracked. Like, I don't see why. I mean, which is okay. But my eyes are mostly modeled after the Blood Elf from World of Warcraft, and that's why they look like this. They don't really have normal eyes, they have, it's mostly the entirety of the eye. Okay. do Blood Elf Dark Ranger Skin. Yeah. Like, they don't really have pupils. But, like, none of the elves, like, none of the elf race, night elves, blood elves, nightborn, void elves, they don't have pupils. Okay, now that I put that down, I can plant everything else. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's pretty standard for a lot of fantasy. Thank goodness I know how to count. Oh yeah. The black cat is Salem. Like in Sabrina. Okay, let's see. Eel, clam, sardine, shad. I don't know. I was like, huh? I was like, Salem. You know, Like the town, or I don't know if it's a town or if it's in an actual city in Massachusetts, Salem, Massachusetts. Where the famous Salem witch trials took place in Salem, Massachusetts. So I'm waiting on my green beans. And buy one singular cauliflower, which I should probably buy more. And plant cauliflowers. I've never played with mods, so I don't even know what it's like. Excuse me. 12 days. 2 days. I can do that. I bet this would happen at the same time. Peek. Okay. Oh yeah, I forgot that I have my special apple juice that I worked a really long... How long was it? 20 minutes that I spent trying to crack open this damn thing? And that was after, yeah, the big main majority of this stream, the first hour and a half was Stardew, and then the next half hour was the maintenance man coming in. I'm like, whoa, it's 8:30 at night. I thought you guys were supposed to be here at 6. And then he finally fixed the AC, and I was like, yay, celebratory beer, and I couldn't get the damn thing open. I'm gonna keep that. But at least my AC is going down. I'll be able to sleep without sweating. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. Overall, I guess I had a pretty okay night. Who is ripping up my carpet? It's you! It's you! It's you! Is he loud enough? Can you hear him? Come here. Come here. It's gonna be cool in here. So every night, I mean, this may sound weird, but every night I kind of like put my fingers inside of his ears, because I read that if you don't have like a thermometer to check their temperature, you can just kind of like feel their ears. And even though his like outside fur would be like a normal temperature to the touch, but I would put my fingers inside of his ears and they would be like so hot, and I just know that he was a really warm kitty cat. But now you're not gonna be a toasty kitty cat no more. His ears already feel so much better. I know. Do you have something to say? The mic is right here. Okay. So yeah, if anyone has cats and you kind of want to know their temperature if you don't have a thermometer for them, you could just kind of like feel the inside of their ears. And I'm not saying like stick them like in. You just want to kind of feel like there's the outside the ears that you can pet, and you'll just want to like kind of like put your thumbs and like grab their ears and then just feel the temperature on your thumbs of what the inside of their ear flaps feel like, the temperature and what they feel like. It helps give you an idea of like their like if they're actually warm or not, because sometimes their fur doesn't get warm, but like his outside fur would not be warm, but I would just know that he's like a warm kitty. Isn't that right? I'm gonna go try to do that, the slimes real quick. Yeah, I mean, and his ears feel, I know. His ears feel so good already. I bet it's in the low 80s right now. And it's gonna be so good coming home from work and not just immediately sweating. Because sometimes when I come home at like 2:30 at night and I'm already sweating because I come in and it feels like a sauna up in this bitch, or up in this place I meant. Because it also just rained recently. It also just rained recently, so it's not full humid, but it's a wee humid. Yeah, I guess muggy is more the correct word. Oh, he's gonna fall and he's gonna bring out the claws and it's gonna hurt you. Hey, just wait. Cat. Oh, I forget how much he kinda drives me mad. You drive me mad. this. And I need 3 more slimes. 3 more. Oh, I should have used that over here. Shut. Where's all the slimes? Oh wait, duh. I've been holding on to food this entire time. Why has no one told me? Cheers. Actually, slimes. Wait, how many do I need? I still need 3 more. Okay. Oh gosh. Ah! All the slimes I need. Oh, praise. Okay. What is my phone telling me? That's okay. Bushes. Okay, so okay, I'll play like 1 more day and then I'm gonna have to end it for the night because I'm already past 10 o'clock. Oh, it's raining. What did I want to do? Oh. do so much in that time. Ooh. No, I have not. That's why when I said like this is like a speed run, it's very like loosely a speed run. It's not. I want to complete the community center before year 3. Does not mean I'll end the game at that point, but that's kind of like my goal. I don't have a ticket. I need to go deliver a copper bar to Demetrius. Tuesday. We can open this wall. What are we looking at? I think about 2. Okay, well, I have 4 times. I think. Okay, 4 times should do. Maybe a wee. Just a wee. Red shoes? They're not even that good. crab. I just want a crab. Damn it. Oh, shut up. Oh, that's a weapon. It's a little slow. Oh my god, it's just too many. What is that, a yam? I'm a little hurt, I guess. still don't have a ticket. I already did that. No, I don't remember. I actually haven't. I don't do help quests at all. I stick to myself. I don't really do the social aspects of the game all that much. I can keep this. Shut. So. Well, sure. I don't doubt it. I'm just not. I'm not going crazy for it, you know. Okay, I'm gonna sleepies the night away. Yay. And I'm gonna call it here for the night. Thank you to everyone who joined to watch. It's been a pleasure. It's been a lot of fun. I know my stream schedule says this Thursday. I need to figure out how to take it off, but I am not streaming this Thursday, so the next time I will stream will be next week, Tuesday. This Thursday, I was told I have to go to Martini Night, and they will not take no for an answer, so I have to go to Martini Night this Thursday. I cannot stream this Thursday, but I will stream again next Tuesday at 7 p.m. Mountain? Where am I? Where am I? No, it's not Mountain. 7 p.m. Pacific Daylight Savings. 7 p.m. Pacific. Good night, everyone. Thanks for joining. I'll see you next week.